Okay, folks, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. No, I just kind of had an epiphany, and I literally just had it right now. And I was kind of deciding what I was going to work on because I'm kind of pulled in a bunch of different directions. We're getting a lot done. I'm just kind of out of focus. And I'm like, I know people wanted me to work on the Tiger one. That's why I did the Tiger one. Actually, I wanted to see what it looked like. Good morning, Jeffrey. That's why I was working on the Tiger one yesterday. And I knew I wasn't going to be able to finish anything else. And I was looking at this Martyr 3, and I figured, well, maybe we can finish this little Martyr and and do something with it. And I was thinking about the decal options, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do. Let me look at some pictures of some stuff online. And then it dawned on me that I made a mistake that might actually do me some good. And the mistake I made is when I was ordering stuff from Noble Knight that they had in stock. I had ordered a set of a Martyr that I thought was the Panzer II Martyr, the Martyr II, which is if you grew up doing 135th scale models, it's the one, the Tamiya kit that has almost like looks like a Japanese looking Mickey Mouse with the Fu Man, or a Chinese one with a Fu Manchu mustache on it. But it was incorrect. It's this kit, which is annoying because I already have one from Plastic Soldier Company. But it dawned on me there's decals in here. So we're going to jump and see. Oh, here's some paint schemes on the back. I don't care if this is a real paint scheme. I would never paint. I mean, unless you got some kind of Mardi Gras Carnival look to it, why would you paint that? You know? And these didn't come out in gray for very long. They might have used them for, maybe a month or something, and then they went to snow. So let's take a look at what comes in these. These decals could very well be rotten. If there's even any in here. Yeah, they're here. And they're kind of yellowed. Let's see if it gives me any kind of insight on what units they're for. Oh, here they are. Oh, no wonder. This is the paper. I got to go wash my hands. This is ancient. Okay. Nothing inspiring here. That doesn't mean I won't build this. It just means that I'm not going to fool with these decals. Okay, well, that was a fun adventure. There goes that epiphany. Go for it, painting. Good morning. So we're going to take a look at some photos, or attempt to look at some photos of these. I know that we're going to put, a German cross here on the side of the superstructure somewhere, and maybe a number or two, and that's about it. We're not going to get crazy with this thing. I wanted one in just a plain yellow color. So I got something cool supposedly coming on Tuesday, so something a bit different. Martyr 3. Yeah, which SDK of Z is it? There's multiple Martyr 3s. I believe this is a Martyr 3H. Yeah. Martyr 3M is the one I don't like. And just the one that just says Martyr 3 with no designation is this one here. So if you look at the Tamiya model, oh, here's one. Yeah, we're going to have a German cross here. And maybe some numerals. That has a 3-digit numeral thing. This one only has 2 in white. I'm not going to put Panzer Division markings or unit markings. I don't mind putting the little tank destroyer symbol on it. And what I mean by that is this little symbol here, it looks like a little track on it. It's got like a T on top of it. I need to see if I have some of those. I actually may have some. I mean, if I have them, cool. I'm not going to go order them. They would be in the micro scale set. But I'd be surprised, honestly, if I had them. But let me take a look and see if there's something like that here. Just something to add a little. Oh, it would have had to come from something that was a tank destroyer. I didn't use it. It's not in the micro scale set. I mean, I could just paint that little symbol if I wanted to bad enough. It's not like it's that difficult to do. Yeah, it looks like I don't have one. Looks like I don't have one. All right. We're gonna need this. I thought I had a little Pringles lid here we could use for water. I guess I didn't. Well, before we do any of that, we're gonna have to use this stuff right here. Hey Marcus, welcome back. I did an unboxing of the second plane model. I did that first, and I probably shouldn't do unboxing videos first thing in the morning because I feel half handicapped when I'm asleep. I'm going to go ahead and just put this all over this. And I'm going to put this over here just for good measure in case I find something really cool for it to go there. But it's not likely, but this doesn't hurt anything being on the model. I'm not going to go over any of those rivets. We're going to leave them a hell alone. Okay. And the Tiger One, well, the Tiger One can wait. I'm not done to the point where it needs that on it. And as much as I would like to do a different set of decals, I like the ones that have the center and the black centers. Which I was surprised that one of the things that I didn't know was that it seems like from the Polish campaign when they were all white like this, all they did is they painted the centers. So that's kind of cool because I have zero use for any Polish decals. Zero. I'm never going to build German tanks that have a white cross on them. I'm never going to do it. Ain't going to do it. It looks ridiculous. Let me go get a lid. All right, and we'll leave these numbers here, just in case. I got them on the other table. All right, so let's cut out the ones that we're going to use. As soon as I find out where the hell my X-Acto knife is, which is over here. These are Skytrex decals, and I've been very happy with them. Even though they're 1/76th, not 1/72nd. They're going to look just a tiny little bit small on the martyr. Yeah, so I had to paint that fake breech in there because this whole piece comes solid and it should sit on a channel. And it looks pretty good. Now when I dry brush this, I'm probably going to have to repaint it. But, I mean, it's either that or carve the damn thing out. I don't think I'm going to carve it out. So, Plastic Soldier Company models aren't perfect, but, you know, I think that's a reasonable thing to do. It's honestly not that noticeable. It's honestly not that noticeable when you paint it. It's an eyesore when you don't paint it. You're like, that doesn't work. Hey, Ben. Everybody's here now. But I got something real cool coming on Tuesday. Really cool. And hopefully, it's supposed to be really cool. It looks cool on the internet. Who knows if it looks good in person? We'll see. I'll just have to be brutally honest. Let me see. Let me take this in a different direction. What if I did a search for Martyr 3H at Kursk? Martyr. Oh, this is just a picture of it. Got little helmets hooked on the side of it. Reddit. Reddit is just such a mixed bag. Oh, here's one. This guy painted unidentified unit. Well, that's a cop out right there. Unidentified unit. And it has this type of decal on a little 12 in white. Here's one that has a 13 on it. Do you have do you have little small numbers in white? I don't really mind how that looks. I bet I do. Of course, my favorite style of numbers are yellow numbers on a gray vehicle. I think those look grand. I think that's what I'm going to do. Is I think I'll paint the ones that are just in white on there. Nope, not that one either. Okay. All right, fair enough. Guys, I really don't want to use this style. I've been using this one for the for the regular tanks, and I don't want to mess with that. I look at that style, I'm like, yeah, that goes on a tank. Just looking at getting some decals and there for Skytrax. Got to keep on the roll. Is on the third section of Brits. Just that HQ mortar. Piat left to do after these. Got bayonet strength up. Making notes, always an expensive situation. Yep. Just keep them rolling, man. Where's the vinegary stuff? I'm going to put it here. Oh shit, wrong stuff. This is the liquid film. Welcome to Mistake Central. Why'd you fall down? I didn't touch you, motherfucker. I'm telling you, I put on my glasses and I'm like in mole mode. Okay, well, that won't happen again. You know why? Because this decal film we don't use very often. You're going way the fuck back here. All right, let's try this again. Well, that sucks. Well, I ain't got time for this. So I'm going to I don't know how it's going to affect anything, but that's where I want the damn decal to be. All right, well, shit happens. It's blue. It's blue just like the other one. When in doubt, always smell it. This doesn't smell like vinegar. Probably not the right shit. This doesn't smell horribly unpleasant. Oh, it's the wrong one. All right. Right, we'll start on the other side. Shit happens. Does this smell like vinegar? Why, yes it does. That's more like it. I don't know how much of a difference this stuff even makes, but you're supposed to apply it, so I do. Bayonet strength, taking notes. I can't take notes like I used to. I got too many people distracted me. I don't live alone anymore. Figure I'll do something positive before I go to work. I gotta go to work for a few hours. It's either that or stay late on Friday, and I had enough. I don't mind going in on Sunday. There shouldn't be a soul there, and in and out quick. Yeah, I don't want to work on a Saturday. That's like, I've worked 5 days in a row. I need a day off. And there's always a bunch of people there. All right, now let's go do what I like to do more than anything else. Hand paint shit. So let me pull that number again, that vehicle with a 12 or a 13 or whatever the hell it is. This one happens to have a 13. Interesting thing here. This one claims to be Eastern Front 1944, yet it's still a gray base vehicle. I'm calling bullshit. Not that I dislike how it looks, it just a bit skeptical on that. All right, so where's that one vehicle that had 12 on it? Here it is. And I wish you had the little ranging sticks. I like those little candy cane looking ranging sticks on there, but it doesn't have them. Doesn't have it on the vehicle. It just adds a little pop of color. Oh, what I wanted to see is does the one have little legs on them? I bet they do. Very small. Okay. And what style is the two? Just having a phone lock on my phone is new to me. And I'm almost ready to take it off and just say, just steal my information, because this is about driving me crazy. So I rarely let my phone time out. I always shut it down myself, but all right. This is the white. Yep. Cold white. And of course, we're going to do this in gray first. So we need a little bit of black. This is one of my favorite things to do. Is hand lettering stuff. Which means I'm going to have an interesting challenge coming up in the next couple weeks. And I'm pretty sure when I get what I'm getting on Tuesday, I'm going to stop what I'm doing again. And work on that, because that's just too. It's just too cool. I didn't play it yesterday, but that Classified 44 is an interesting game. Why is this so? There we go. I want kind of a light gray. I know I could just pull out light gray and use it. I'm just not used to painting that way. I'm not used to painting using the triad. What rules are you using, Ben? Sounds like you're doing skirmish stuff. I had a dream last night, or this morning. It was just before I woke up, and part of it involved deciding whether or not I was going to change my work on DBA and make my own version of it. Nope. 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 I'm having a good time working on the stuff I've been working on. And the tip on this is going. That's not bad. Either chain of command. Okay, that'd be my second choice. If I couldn't play face of battle, I'd play chain of command and modify it. What do you mean you modify it? Well, there's too many things that are weird about chain of command. Or modified version of Star Grunt. Ladder can be hand a platoon to a company size game plus vehicles. I want to just start with platoons and small supports for now. Yeah, chain of command is interesting from the standpoint of you can activate whatever you want. So that's I've played it a couple times. It's not bad. It's not bad. I think that the detail that the armor has is a little lacking for my taste, but I'm super anal retentive. So, um, a lot of it just becomes, in my case is, all right, how about what size figures do you want to use? So once that's established, how far do you want grenades to go? Do you want individual grenades represented? For me, yes. And, I don't want to play a game like Battleground where your figures are this tall and your grenade range is this. Like, no. Then you need to do your buildings about this big. Then you need to if you're going to pay 28 millimeter figures for Battleground, you need to use 15 millimeter buildings because otherwise there's an incongruency between ground scale and then you're like, well, you can't stack, you can't put people closer than 5 meters from each other. It just becomes weird, because that stuff's important to me. That's what I want to represent. I want to represent room to room fighting. You go in and guys are trying to break in. You throw a grenade and you might stun some guys, and you go in with a bayonet and then you miss, and the other guy takes the MP40 and hits somebody over the head. That's this. I mean, it's not all close combat, but it gets to close combat, and I want that level of detail. I want that role playing game level of detail to the game. It's important to me. It may not be important to anybody else, but that's the kind of stuff I want to represent. If it doesn't represent that stuff, I'm going to walk, you know? We're using chain of command and nuts for our World War II gaming in 15, 20 millimeter. Yeah, I think chain of command is pretty, I like the you can't control everything. And you have to make the best out of a bad situation. But I think I'm going to put everybody's going to be on one side, or I'm just going to run the game, or whatever. It's story driven is what I'm interested in, not necessarily about winning. You're not going to resolve the whole Second World War on a tabletop situation. Okay, that looks pretty darn good. Although I'm losing confidence in this paintbrush fast. The tip. But I actually bought one of the Chain of Command books because you could get them in PDF. I got the Stalingrad one, the Wintergewitter, the Relief to Stalingrad one, the Wintergewitter one, because that's one of my favorite campaigns on the Eastern Front. Figured I'd get some inspiration. And right off the bat, there's stuff in there that I caught that was like really wrong. And when I see stuff that's really wrong, it makes me doubt everything else, unfortunately. If you got something like this so basic wrong, then can I really trust you on anything else? Okay. Let me make the tail of this too a little bit longer. And then the next step we're going to do is we're going to dry brush this. Then we'll do the muffler, and then we'll do the, I was going to say the oil stains, but no, the black lining, which I haven't done a whole lot. Oh, well, if there's any part of the machine gun that's going to be black, it's going to be the friggin' front. The business end. And the return rollers, do the return rollers on this thing have rubber on them? I have a feeling they do. Yeah. Okay. All right, might as well paint that. I can't see. I got it. Do I have it turned as big as I can? Let's see. It won't get bigger than that, yeah. Did flirt with Battalion in Crisis a few years ago. I remember Battalion in Crisis, it had like 2 armor values. Battalion in Crisis armor values were like Command at Sea armor values. They're like a horizontal and a vertical, and that was it. Like, come on, man, I live for that shit. There's something I really liked about Battalions in Crisis. I don't remember what it was. I've never played it. I've seen it played. Looked at the book, and as soon as I saw the armor values, I'm like, I'm out. Just like if I see something that a Panzer III, a Panzer IV, and a Czech 38 all have the same movement value, I'm like, I'm out. They're really exactly the same. Like, no. You're not playing a game that's like, armor units move 2 hexes. Okay, well, all armor units are the same, but talking about actual distance, I'm like, nah, I want a little bit more differentiation in that. It doesn't have to be a lot. It could be, very slight, but it just feels very wooden to me. Was it scenarios? Maybe the Battalions in Crisis had good scenarios? I don't know. I forget what it is, but anyhow. It's funny. This chocolate brown has a lot more purple in it than I would have thought. It looks kind of has a little bit of a purple hint. Of course, all bets are off until you seal it. You seal it, and everything's like, oh, okay, well, this is just fine. Because it's the same color as this, and this looks just fine. All right, I've waited long enough. Let's get the usual suspects out here. U.S. Field Drab. U.S. Field Drab first. I want to get to the black lining. That's where these little riveted vehicles really pop. Yeah, see, this is kind of hard. Let's neutralize it with water. Dry it off a little bit, and we should be good to go. Yeah, I look forward to building my first plane, bring it to the model meeting. Like, hey, this is the first plane I built since '85. Like, part man, that looks really good. I said, well, I built other shit. Just like when I first did DBA. My first DBA army that I showed up, people couldn't believe that was my first DBA army. Like, holy shit. I can't believe your stuff looks so good. I said, well, I didn't say I just started painting. It is my first DBA army, It'd be like if I painted Space Marines, God help me. They wouldn't be Warhammer quality in photographs, but nobody's would be. But they'd look good. But it's not like I've never painted before, I mean, it's this is two different things, I have a clue. Just like I did the first background painting for which I need to do one of those. When I started doing a lot of these cursed vehicles, I need a cursed background. And for backgrounds, I just use this stuff. I just use craft paint. And I don't have super self-confidence to do that because I've only done like 4 or 5 of them. But I should do a painting video on that and show you guys how freaking easy it is. or how quick it is. My wife should say, "Oh, nothing you do is easy." I said, "Well, it is to me." And I just have this idea that, if I can do it, anybody can do it. But I don't know, maybe it's the wrong attitude, but I think it's that way. It's all a trick. I think drawing is different, but painting, I don't know. I feel like anybody can do this if you want to bad enough. Of course, people that play the piano could probably say the same thing. Oh, anybody could play the piano. Yeah, not me. I don't want to bad enough. I'm not musically inclined. I'm musically declined. All right, Marty. Yeah, I think all this stuff's easy. I don't have to put a whole lot of thought into it. I can just jump in and paint my way out. It's extremely forgiving. I mean, just this morning I did a couple fuck ups. So my next project on Tuesday, I need to remember my mantra is just keep going. Don't sweat the details. It's a building, just so you know. I'm stealing my own thunder. I'm really bad at keeping things from other people. I'm getting a 3D printed building, something I've been wanting for a long time. And I have very limited experience painting buildings, but I have an airbrush now, so it should make the process a lot quicker. No, not dark sand. Although that's a nice attempt. That's a nice try. It is Iraqi sand. Iraqi sand. Where is she? There's so many 3D printed terrain items out there. So many that look salivatingly good. And no, I didn't buy the whole Italian village with the church and everything. That's like $300 fucking dollars. I'm not opposed to getting it. I need to have the self confidence of, I could buy pretty much any armor model and be pretty comfortable that I'm going to be happy with how it turns out. Not so much on buildings. I'm not there yet. We'll get there one day. Did I ever play the Steel Panthers PC game? Everybody loved that game except me. I hated, you know what it is? It's the font. The font on it sucked. It was too big. It felt clunky. I did not play it. No. I tried to, and I just absolutely hated how it looked. That's when I say that it makes a big difference who manufactures the game. Because there's some companies, in my opinion, that when they touch something, it's just it works for me. Blizzard is one of those companies. Now I'm not a fan of StarCraft, but everything else, the way they do their menus, the fonts they use, really sit well with me. Steel Panthers, I did not like at all. It looked like I was playing on an Atari computer. The font was too big, and really that's it. Now, I did play the hell out of Close Combat, and Close Combat had those menus and stuff that I liked. And I am a huge Close Combat fan. I got a lot of Close Combat stories. Great freaking game. Close Combat would be like the best war game ever if you could have multiple people play on one side at the same time. I think it has the right amount of detail enough things you can't control. Um, yeah. Let's get them. So, but I never cared for Steel Panthers. But everybody loves Steel Panthers. Everybody loves Steel Panthers except me. I didn't like. I didn't like it. You know. Um, a game that I think is great, and it could really use a redo on the menu aspect is. They've done it several times. I think they've done other versions of it. And it's a game by a company called Talonsoft. And it was called, I think, War in the East or something like that. And they made other versions. They made one for like the Pacific and stuff like that. And those games where you could basically play historical scenarios, it's a counter type looking game, but you can play with miniatures. Although I think it plays better with the counters. But that game, the menus are just really poor to look at. But the gameplay is solid. That's like one of those games you start playing and you already know how to play the game. Like you already know what to do. It's like, okay, what's the range of these Panzer threes? Okay, cool. They move this far. All right, I know what to do. It's like that stuff comes naturally. That type of game. But it has terrible menus. But I still played it quite a bit. What's kind of neat is you can do random campaigns. Like you could go on to like Eastern Front, and you could be like, I want to be a tank battalion commander, or I want to command a. I think it's like a 1 to 5 skill game, so each tank represents a platoon. So, if you're commanding a tank battalion, you've got. I think you can command battalions. Maybe it's regiments. I don't know, but. I played that quite a bit, but that suffered from really bad looking menus. It almost looked like something out of a Windows 3.1. You played it a bit, set up a 1930 alternate scenario with an Indian Army cavalry force versus the Japanese. Might have been the Chinese. Did the Japanese still get beat? All right, let's paint this muffler. I may end up doing a little bit more dry brushing than that, but let's paint this muffler. Yeah, everybody liked that game except me. What other games? I mean, I played a fair amount of Panzer General, the first one. But that's mainly because a buddy of mine had it and we played it. A little too basic. The biggest problem with Panzer General is the stacking thing. You can only have one unit in it, and you always had to leave an open hex because otherwise you can get destroyed if you had a force back result. Light brown. Is this the one we were using? I think so. Let's see. We'll know in a moment. Yep. Damn near orange is what this should be called. But I was never a fan of it. I can't think of any game I really like in the menu that is just super, super clunky. Jacques Slabert, welcome. One game I couldn't get into, and I think it came out during that time period where I was between computers. I had my first computer in 1999, and then from 2000 and then it lasted till 2004. In 2004, I got another one, and it lasted until I want to say 2012. Then from 2012 until 2020, I didn't have a computer. And so anything that happened in those 8 years, by the time to put it into perspective, Total War Shogun 2 had just come out, and my old computer couldn't run it. And I didn't play it. My next time I get a computer, I'm like, yo, you don't get games anymore. You got to download them off. Everything's on Steam. I'm like, what the fuck's a Steam thing? I don't do well with cloudy type things. I don't understand them. I'm not an abstract thinker, so anyways, I've kind of gotten used to it, but I'm old school. I don't do that for a living, so keeping up with technology changes. Because they create extra technology just to give themselves something to fucking do. And I'm not anti-technology, but I'm just saying that I don't like to keep up with the Joneses. I think you're never going to be happy. And there's so many things out there that involve that. Like, oh, you just bought your latest thing? Well, no, you didn't, because now we got an even later thing. Like, my purpose on life is not to buy shit from you, sir. I have other things to do. So I'm not anti-technology, but they just change things too fast. Like, I'm not going to read the manual on how to use my phone. Why bother? By the time I figure it out, there's another phone. So things need to be relatively easy to do. I've done YouTube videos. Ask me how many YouTube video how to do this or that I've watched. I haven't. I just start clicking things and I figured it out. That's how I operate. If something's going to create that kind of amount of work, I don't want to do it. But anyhow, yeah, it was that spot where nothing happened between. I need to find out if this piece gets rusty or not. See if I can find that with photographic evidence. I have a feeling it does not. Not part of the muffler. It looks like that's like a cover for it, not actual part of the muffler. Well, according to this drawing, it does not. You got the muffler in the rusty color, and that thing on the end is not rusty. Okay. We're going to go with that. It seemed correct. I love the V for Victory series way back when. I'll never forget somebody introduced me to the game. Like, we'll try this intro scenario to make sure I was like, I already know how to play this game. I just don't know where the buttons are that make me want to do this stuff. So he played some scenario and I whooped the guy's ass. And I'm like, how'd you know how to? I said, I already knew what to do with the units, and it's just a matter of getting there. You need to hustle, man. If it's a time thing with turns, you need to get where you need to be going. It's like, if there's an opportunity that you could be the defender and they have to fight you and fight you out of it, you get there first. And this is still kind of wet, and I don't mind painting this kind of wet because that gives it kind of a mottled appearance that this rusty thing. I could do it dry or not, but there's a lot of games, and I think computer games just give you a way to like getting your game thing out. Computer or console games are not like, I'm going to do just that and never do this, because that doesn't get rid of any of your creativity. You can't get your creativity out doing that. But there's lots of games that came out that were really popular by a lot of people. They just didn't sit well with me. I was a huge fan of Castle Wolfenstein 3D. And then Doom came out. Man, we had some great games playing Doom. And then Quake came out. I hated Quake. Absolutely hated Quake. Didn't like how it looked. didn't like the plot, you know. So I can't be in everything. And it just depends what you like. Some people probably hate close combat and like playing stuff like Hearts of Iron. I can't play Hearts of Iron or I dabbled with playing Europa Universalis and I'm like I don't like this I don't like any game that says, okay, I'm moving from point A to point B and here's this number line and as I'm going down and just before I get to the end, somebody attacks me for the other end and then I go right back like I hadn't moved at all. I'm like that bugs me, you know? Like let me forget the combat and they take over the place I came from. I'm okay with that. But you know, like I'm over there to do that, and I'm almost all the way there, and it's just too abstracty for me. I don't like that games that do that kind of a thing. I've never played Steel Division. The look of the game looks great, but I've never played it. But I did play the pre-download of the one that came before it, and realized I don't like that kind of a game. I'm too rushed. Like I'm just constantly like, you know, putting out fires. Like you can't ever take an. And don't get me wrong, I like stress parts in games. I just don't like the entire game being stressful constantly. You can't even take a freaking break. Like, yeah, I already have a job that does that, and I don't enjoy being there. I don't need to bring that upon me. Red Dragon. It's called something like something red. I think it's called something Red Dragon. It's in Korea or something like that. Modern Korea. You love the combat mission games. Oh, that's where I was getting to. So, a combat mission came during that time period of where I didn't have a computer, or at least I became aware of it. So, I like the concept of it, but I don't like, and I don't mind the time stopping and you issuing your orders and then go and they all do their thing. But I don't know. It's just maybe if the infantry looked better. I haven't given it a fair shake. I think I played a demo or something like that, and it wasn't. I wasn't captivated by it. And I like that scale game. I don't know. Maybe it's better that I don't like that kind of stuff. It just would take me from doing this stuff. Okay, I think that's good enough. I want to say I've played a demo in North Africa. I want to say I played a North Africa demo or something like that. Now, this is the problem with painting everything black. These things in black before you dry brush. I want them to stand out. So let's put that in. Oh, I just remembered something. We'll get to that in just one moment. Head of the mallet. Okay, the thing I remembered is this little box here gets all rusty as shit too. So So all these little things that have detail, just keep this from just being a big vehicle that's just in one color and blah. But anytime there's like a tool that gets an opportunity to paint it in its natural color with a wooden handle or something like that, I jump on things like that. Because even though I know a lot of tools are probably oversprayed with camouflage, certainly with camouflage, I'm not going to be like, we're going to take all the tools off and then we'll spray it. I said, but I don't I don't like them covered because it's an opportunity to add just a little bit of character to a bland looking vehicle potentially. Sounds like you played the first series of Combat Mission. It's moved on 20 years. Well, maybe there's a modern version I can play of it. You know? It's kind of hard to find a balance between... If you play something that's turn-based, you can usually outperform the computer. But it puts you to sleep. It's like you have all the time in the world, to figure things out. And if you play something that's real time, it stresses you the fuck out. So you're gonna have to find something that's a balance between the two things. I'd rather you put to sleep. Be honest with you, I don't need things stressing me the fuck out. And it's not that I'm overthink, but I don't like being I've said before, anything that reminds me of a work day or the bullshit I have to do in a work day, I don't want to do that I don't want to volunteer to do that in my own time. Let's get old beige brown out. Let's see. Let's not even attempt to look for it without glasses. We're going to fail miserably at that. Beige brown is... Is it this one? This English, that's English uniform. English uniform is there. I mean, there's other colors I can use other than beige brown. I just happen to like that one. Is it this one? C. That's the one. New combat mission games can be played in real time. Okay. I'm going to write myself a note then. Combat mission. I really like the one I've been playing there with, that I've played quite a bit, the Gates of Hell Ostfront. It's pretty decent. Actually, what I really like about that is you can get in real time and get into the fucking tank and go in there and shoot. What's really cool is you could play with AI on both sides. So you could be like 3 AI versus 3 computer players, and you can be on the fourth person on one team and just say like, I'm going to be in a Panzer two this whole game and just be a Panzer II commander. You know, you're not throwing things off a lot because you're just adding one person. And that way you can just to hell with everything else and just focus on it. That's kind of a cool game, but combat mission. Okay, I haven't played those. I mean, I've played like one demo. Yeah, that's what it was. It was, and the aiming was kind of jerky. It was almost kind of like, God, what was the name of that old, really old game that we had to pre-plot everything? That it was a Tom Clancy thing. It was their counter-terrorist book. I have it. I've read the book. Or on Audible, I read the book. Had it read to me. I was thinking about it the other day, and I couldn't think of what it was. Get a piece of gum here. Anyways, back in the late 90s, and you have to go on these counter-terrorist missions and plan who was going to go to what corner, and it's like, yeah, I don't like that shit. That's a little too planning. I got to do a lot of planning at work, and it all goes sideways. And you still have to do it. That falls into the I get paid to do this shit I don't like category. I think the older you get, the more shit is in your brain, and it takes you have to forget two things to remember one. And if it's not something you're talking about all the time, you're going to forget what it is. Rainbow Six, exactly. That old Rainbow Six game from the late 90s. Had to pre-plan everything. The loadout for your different team and but that classified 44 is not bad. There's some thinking involved in it. It is turn-based, but you can switch through your characters. The thing I dislike the most about it is that you can pick what order your characters could go in, and all your characters get to act, and then the Germans get to act. I wish it was more like it's, Corporal Smith's turn. I don't want him to go next. Tough, he's next. And that's what I like. That's what I like in a skirmish game. Like, it's time for you to act now. Oh man, I wish he could go after you. He didn't. That's when it happens. Hidden and Dangerous. Yeah, Hidden and Dangerous. I didn't do a whole lot of plotting. You could pause the. Yeah, I didn't mind it. I didn't mind it. I played all the way through the first one, and I think the second one just never ran right. I don't remember if I played all the way through it, but the environments in Hidden and Dangerous what was really cool. I remember, man, there's that one where there's a frickin' bridge, and you gotta take out these German sentries, and but whatever this classified 44, I don't like stealth missions. Oh, and you down Germans and you can't take their equipment. I'm like, if I'm ever in a war and I'm dropping somebody, I'm taking all their shit. Okay? And once I've got 3 Mausers, I don't need to grab a 4th Mauser. Okay? But I'm taking everybody's bit of ammo because you may need it. But any of those missions where it's stealth, I look at it, I try to be stealthy, and something goes wrong, or it's this is just too stressful. Fuck it. We're in defensive positions. Let's open fire on these Kraut bastards, But I don't like games where it's if you do that, you lose the game. Splinter Cell. Remember the first Splinter Cell? You're some super agent, right? And, you go behind the scenes, you go behind the lines to do some kind of covert mission. and they give you one M9 Beretta with one magazine that's in it. That's it. It's 15 rounds. Like, all right, okay, I get it. You guys are cheap bastards. You don't want to give me any more 9mm rounds, even though they're probably 15 cents each back then. Maybe even cheaper than that. Okay? But at least when I drop somebody, maybe I can grab their pistol. Nope. All right. Fair enough. Maybe if I drop somebody who's equipped with a 9mm weapon, I can take their ammo and supplement my... Nope, you can't. You're stuck with your 15 fucking rounds. I'm like, that's not a game for me. That is not a game for me. When I travel, I carry more than 15 rounds myself, and I'm not in a war zone. I'm like, that's not my kind of game. I mean, you don't have to have a game that's just all, shoot from the hip kind of thing. But, you can't be a game where it's like, you can't be MacGyver. You don't want to use freaking weapons, You don't want to use firearms. Yeah, first Splinter Cell. You cheap bastards. Give me one freaking magazine. Hey, how come there's no button to reload the magazine? Because you only have one magazine, asshole. World War II theme, there's Silent Storm 2, which is the pinnacle of that niche genre. I need a bump. Let me get a self bump. Oh, I didn't have live chat on. Damn me. Very niche genre. Yeah, I don't... Thanks for that. I'm not going to buy that game. I prefer to play the game on the console than I do on the computer. Mainly because my computer is kind of... When I bought the computer, it's a very specific computer that had very limited memory. It's great. This computer is great. It just has very limited memory. But the good thing about buying a game on a computer is if you don't like it after, a few minutes, you can just return and get your money back. Los Bumpos. That's right. But I've gotten to the point where I don't do anything on the computer. It's not this. I don't even play close combat. I should. There's a couple of close combats really I haven't delved into. The Race to Khan and Panthers in the Fog. I really haven't even scratched the surface on either one of those two. I just didn't like the Market Garden one. And not because of the plot of Market Garden. It just, you couldn't hit the broadside of a dick with that one. I remember having a little Alf Clarer group, 3 guys with MP40s. And they were in this map, I almost called it a board. This map, they were in a little stone building. It was kind of in a little crossroads. And who was it they were fighting? I want to say it was, I don't remember what it was. They were in one of the cities. I couldn't even tell you which one it is. And they had them on defend. And these guys came rushing, and all 3 guys emptied all their magazines. And I don't think they hit a single guy. And I'm like, that's just ridiculous. It's too low chance to hit anybody. And they fixed it with the 3rd one thereafter. I think that was only a problem. I never played the first one, which I guess was just Normandy Americans versus Germans. I didn't find out about the game until the Market Garden one. And that always bugged me about the Market Garden one, is that you just run out of ammo. Like, it was very, very, very hard to hit somebody. And I hated that map where you're under the freaking bridge. Like the first scenario, you're under a bridge, and it's very hard to see the 3-dimensionality of that board. There I go, saying the board, that map. There's one where there's a map, and there's the the base of the bridge that goes kind of up. So there's stuff you can walk underneath it, but it's not visible. There's like a line of sight. That, I mean, it's just a little like, you gotta just take your time and kind of process what exactly you're looking at. I just wasn't expecting that, but I did play it quite a bit. It just wasn't my favorite. Okay, there's this Czech machine gun that's in this Czech hulled tank. And I don't know, maybe they replaced the MG34s in this thing. They took the Czech machine guns out and put MG34s, but this is definitely a Czech machine gun. You could tell. Looks significantly different. I'm not going to put any worn metal there on the breech or anything like that. Okay. What's next? Finish rustifying this. We got to paint the wood on the block. Oh, this one isn't. I don't see a German and a ubiquitous German jack on here. Interesting. Probably need to go in and go over the numbers a little thicker. They're a little thin. That's something easy enough to do afterwards. All right, I forgot one wooden thing, and that is this little block here. Nope, not that one. This one. The Germans still. Damn it! It's always that word that is so. It's right under that damn heart. All right, let's go top chat. And let's go down back to live chat. The Germans still used the ZGB-33 light machine gun. Okay, good. I wasn't going to replace it. I'm going to have to replace that thing. I'm a pain in the butt. And if I remember correctly, there's a shovel that's hidden in here, isn't there? I'm thinking another vehicle has a shovel tucked in somewhere. No, I thought there was a shovel that was sitting sideways in there. Good. I got some SS troops from Combat Miniatures, and they're like for early Russia or like France, 1940. And they all have Czech machine guns as their light machine gun. They don't have MG34s. And they got Bergmans too. They don't have any MP40s. They got Bergmans. Haven't painted them though. I haven't painted any SS. I'm not opposed to it. I haven't. I was partially scared of doing their camouflage scheme. I wouldn't be now, but I'm not in a hurry to paint SS guys. Probably disappointing all the Holocaust deniers, but fuck them. They tell me there's people like that out there in the real world. I find it hard to believe, but okay. Okay. Are we finally done? Can we finally do the most exciting part of all? I think so. Let's brighten up that 12. That's not what I was talking about. No. Let's big up that 12. Let's make it bigger. Make it bigger. Make it thicker. Let's put it that way. Make it more pronounced. Yeah, it's a little better. All right. Time to go to non-oil land. Where the hell is it? Over here. Designated as MG. Let's get that bump. Top chat and switch to live chat. MG36T. Did not know that. I assume it was reliable. Most Czech things were. I mean, the Czech 38 was one of the most reliable vehicles the Germans had. All right. And I could also do this with enamel, but I don't like working with enamels. And this is relaxing in a sadistic type of way. And I suspect I'll do aircraft the same way. And then we'll come in and maybe highlight some other stuff. So it makes, I think, a huge difference. It makes all these beautiful details of whoever made this casting, miniature, whatever you want to call it, pop. But it takes some time, not just slap it on and hope for the best. You could do that as well. I do that with a brown. But that's towards the beginning of the process, not towards the end. Okay, I'm not going to do it with the wheels on the road wheels, because those are caked with dust. It's my excuse for not having to do it. I don't know what my null and oil replacement's going to be. Because once I run out of this stuff, I may have to look at the Army Painter one and see what the hell their dark shade is. It may not perform as well as this one. Used Skoda vehicles, and by some vehicles, some units early in the war, SS units were heavy users. Yeah, they also were the heavy users of the Panhard 178 armored cars. It's Panhard! Yeah, okay. I don't know when that whole heart thing got on there, because it didn't used to be a problem several years ago. And then all of a sudden they put that little heart, and you can't see that last comment, or part of that last comment. I'm sure someone got a big sum for the improvement. Improvement of what? You're a rivet counter if you know how many rivets are on a Czech 38. By definition, that would make sense. Okay, let's do the ones on the deck here for sure. Oh, somebody got paid for the improvement in putting the heart on there, probably. Probably. You know, the thing is, if you're doing this kind of detail, if you're physically touching with a brush every panel line on a vehicle, you're enjoying the detail of the vehicle a lot more than somebody who isn't. Let's see. Someone slipped in a suggestion box of Google's a laugh and was taken seriously. Gave up trying after 26 attempts, 10 different answers. One of the unboxing videos going up probably today. They're not very good. They're not very good because I've done them at times where, you know, I really need a producer or a script, and I invariably leave things off. And I think one thing that's happened to me as I've gotten older is I always feel like I'm rushed. I always feel like I'm rushed because I'm afraid of getting. One of the things I dislike more than anything else is being interrupted, because I just lose my train of thought. And I don't like something that takes 8 minutes for it to take 18. And due to the work conditions at my real job, at my paying job, that happens all the time. So I always feel like I got a not a sniper pointed at me, but I'm always feel like I'm in a rush, and I invariably leave things off. But they'll still go up. I'm not going to edit them to any degree. You know, I'm not afraid of being seen as someone who makes mistakes. But I'm going to bring something up because those of you that are interested would appreciate this. I don't mind stealing my own thunder, so to speak. But I'm going to bring out the Spitfire and I'm going to show you something about it. I'm not going to build it without you guys seeing, so. And I'm probably going to do it the right way. I'm probably going to paint it as I go. I've never given any thought at all to a cockpit at all, and I'm going to. I'm not buying photo etch anything. I mean, I'm going to build the kits as they are, but, you know, if I can do this kind of detail, we can make the cockpit look decent. We can make the cockpit look real decent. So, and I mentioned this yesterday, nobody commented on it. And I don't know if you guys just didn't want to comment on it or the wrong people weren't around or whatever. But here's this Airfix kit. Nothing wrong with it. Looks perfectly fine. Only one set of decals. And the problem with aircraft as opposed to tanks is I can paint this little guy, not put a unit marking on it, and all is well. But aircraft have very specific markings that they have for very specific aircraft. You have a serial number here. You've got whatever the hell these things mean. I don't know whether this is squadron and this is subgroup. I'm not an aircraft guy. Okay, I know more than Mitch. I know a lot more than Mitch when it comes to aircraft, but that doesn't mean anything. Most of it is because I built aircraft as a kid, and I've played flight simulators. So anyhow, if you look at this Spitfire, this one in particular has options for only one plane. This is the plane it makes. It's for. And I mean, look at this profile. It's a beautiful aircraft. There's nothing not to like about that. And I specifically like the British roundel on the side that has the yellow around it. It looks sweet. Okay, but one of the problems is this particular aircraft. This particular aircraft, whatever they were smoking, and I know there's probably a good reason for it, I just disagree with it. The underside of it is painted like this, and it didn't hit me when I was doing the review that it was. But you've got one wing that's white, one wing that's red, and the other side everywhere else is gray. I'm not doing that shit. That's retarded. Okay, I'm not going to do that. I mean, look at this profile. Can you imagine like half of the wing black? I'm not doing that. Okay, so we're going to find out what color they used during Battle of Britain, whether it's duck egg blue or one of those. And that's the underside color of the Spitfire. But we're going to do everything else. And the purists of like, that plane didn't use that paint. You can go fly a kite up your ass, okay? But I'm not doing my first Spitfire with half of the thing like this. Because it just turns into one of those things where it's like, if you have to explain that to everybody, there's something wrong with the situation, you know? If you're playing DBA and there's one rule you have to follow and it doesn't make sense to anybody ever playing it, you know, you need to play it differently. But anyways, we're going to build this like this. But I got a lot to learn. Like, for instance, I want to do research and find out. I have a sneaking suspicion that this, maybe not this one, but many of the camouflage patterns were the same for all the aircraft. So in other words, you couldn't just, you know, like this, I don't know whether this plane is green and then it has the brown, or it's brown and then it has the green on it. But the pattern on it, I think on a lot of aircraft is similar. So it's not like they decided to paint it however you want it to. Like if you look at late World War II U.S. Navy ships, and you talk, I don't remember which measure it is. I'm going to say it's measure 32, but it might be 32A, maybe 33. I don't know. But the Dazzle, it's a really beautiful paint scheme. It was the same on every destroyer, or that's what the intent was. So if you have a Fletcher class destroyer that had a measure 32, whichever one the late one was, it has like 3 colors in it or whatever, it would always have the zag in the same place. Well, that kind of sucks because it loses kind of the individuality. And I don't know whether they did that on the Spitfire or not, but we're going to find that out before we jump and do it wrong. But yeah, so I look forward to learning more about aircraft. You know, it's kind of hard not to, you know, when you're doing that kind of thing. But anyways, that's my deviation from that. But we'll be building the P40 first, just because that's the first model I ever built. You know, it makes sense. But hopefully, the only gripe I can see about it is they're going to take a lot of space. They take up a lot of space, so they make additional decal sets for the Spitfire. If the Spitfires stay at like $8 a piece, I'll probably get more of them. That's pretty cheap, you know. That's pretty darn cheap. $8 shipped. But, you know, if I was getting aircraft for the standpoint of for scenarios, I could see, a Spitfire is not a good choice. Unless I'm doing some Operation Sea Lion type thing. A Spitfire on the ground is just not very useful for a skirmish game. Unless I'm doing something, the Eagle has landed type scenario or something like that, which I really don't have any plans to do. That sort of thing. I didn't even enjoy doing the sea lion stuff. Sea lion stuff in Panzer General. That was the British marking scheme till August 1940. After that, they used Sky Type S for all undersides. Well, I won't do one prior to August 40. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Now, the scheme I do like is I like the Normandy stripes. I like the Normandy stripes a lot. I think they make every plane look better. Everything from a Spitfire to a... Well, it's hard to make a Spitfire look any better, but they do. I've never seen that. I had never seen that type of coloration. That kit is the one they had in the starter set. Looks like it might have been a special for Aldi or Lidl. What the hell is Lidl? Another grocery store? You guys have model kits in your grocery stores? That's pretty cool. I'm going to protest that we don't have here in the States. At least give us an equivalency. Like, maybe we can buy firearms at a grocery store. Because I need a new one of those every week. Oh, we don't have model kits today. It's very difficult to find a model kit that's worth building. I don't know if Walmart even has any. Not that I would buy one from there. Hobby Lobby is just sad. Whoever picks their models for Hobby Lobby, they should be fired. It's ridiculous, the lack of choices that they have, and the choices that they do have are just absurd. They generally have one 1/35th scale model, and it's of the Walker Bulldog. People aren't exactly lining up to build a Walker Bulldog. I think World War II planes were the pinnacle of aircraft markings. Oh, I don't like those German hexagons. Oh, that is just truly evil. You've limited your aircraft building to Battle of Britain. That's right. Well, I plan on building things that are cool, not necessarily things that are, the best. I'm not interested in the best. Just that's cool. A Defiant. A Defiant is a cool looking plane. I don't care if they were a disappointment. It's still a cool looking plane. I got there's a theme in April, I think, at the model meeting it's called 1930s. And I could cop out and do a Panzer I or something like that, but I think it's an opportunity to build something I wouldn't normally build. And I'll try to bring something for it. Give an opportunity to learn about something. I know what I should do. Whether or not I do that or not is something totally different. There's a And what I should do is a plane. It's actually not even a military plane from the 1930s. But I don't think I'm gonna. The reason I wouldn't do that is because they're pretty expensive models of it. They're not. They don't go for what I think they should go for. So we'll see if I decide to go in that direction. And it's not a very large plane either. But I really like the most about the model meeting is everybody gets to talk about their build and they get to talk about the history behind it. And the people are really interested in hearing the history behind it. And I like that. I like that there's people that are interested about learning about stuff that was and why it was, and I get a kick of that. There's not enough of those people in the world. We've almost gone all the way around. Pea shooter? Oh, they're ugly. Aldi and Lidl are German discounters. They're notorious for having an anything aisle where they stock stuff that no one knew they needed. A pea shooter, P26 pea shooter. I go to the museum several years ago. That's in outside of Washington D.C. We take the kids to this museum, and I'm there with a husband of my wife's best friend who's in the Navy. I think he was still in the Navy at the time. Now he's retired and doing independent stuff. And I can never remember the name of the damn museum because it has a weird Sovietsky type name. Something Ismail Hazy or something like that. Something weird. It's a non-traditional Western name. Even my name is Western. Igmar Hazy or something like that. It's something hazy, something like that. One of you guys will know what it is. But it's this part of the Smithsonian, but instead of having the Air and Space Museum stuff, they have like this huge hangar. And they just have things hanging from the wall, from the roof, all 1-to-1 scale, real things, or things on the ground. And they're organized by Vietnam. So you'd have like a Phantom and a MiG-21 and a SAM that used to shoot them down. They have things in like sets like that. You walk through the door at the top level, you walk in the top. The first thing you look at is this plane hanging from the ceiling. And right off the bat, I'm like, oh my God, it's a P-26 pea shooter. And this guy says to me, the guy I'm with, I'm like, how do you know what that is? And I'm like, how do you not know what that is? I worked at a hobby store a really long time. I've looked at them or whatever. Is the P-26 the same plane that was carried on blimps? Remember, there's some blimps. The U.S. didn't make a ton of them, but they did make some, and they had a special plane that was carried kind of as a point defense in case they needed them, and they got lowered from the blimp, and they'd go out and attack somebody else. Was it a P-26? It was something during that same time period. Remember the World War I Russian luxury airliner bomber I mentioned? I'll send you a picture of the interior of the transport configuration. I love a Tu-85 Bear. I think a Tu-85 Bear is a gorgeous aircraft. It might be a piece of shit, like many things Russian, but on the outside, it is a beautiful aircraft. Obviously not a World War II aircraft. I like that big corrugated Russian bomber that is absurd looking, you know. Um, but even though I have the hat and I wore it yesterday, we went out kayaking all day. My yellow hat with the U.S. Army Air Corps symbol on it. I don't like the yellow wings. It just looks like, it looks a little too much like the Victorian Great White Fleet type ochre funnel crap. It just looks weird. It just looks very strange. I like it on the hat. I just don't like it on the plane. But I know exactly what plane I should do from the 1930s. I originally thought I was like, oh, I'm going to do that Hawker Fury made by Matchbox with the Yugoslav markings, right? But I'm like, every one of the markings is going to be corrupt, is going to be decrepit. And not only that, but if you go on ScaleMates and look for it, there's actually a set that's a replacement for that decal set. So you can tell you enough people had decals that were all decrepit that they need, there's a company that I forget who it is that they make the exact same detail set for the Fury. That's a sweet looking plane. Hawker Fury is a pretty looking plane. Somebody, one of you guys said, the British planes come in two flavors: beautiful aircraft and ugly ducklings. That's a beautiful aircraft as far as I'm concerned. It's not a Blackburn Rock. Whoa. All right, let's look at this side. Are we done with everything here? Yes. Yes, everything here is good. All right, go to the back. A few more of these to hit. This seems really anal retentive, but I'm really enjoying this part because I've seen the end result. It's much improved, especially if you're looking at things, across the board. These little details now can be noticed. We gotta do the rivets on the front on this, on the lower glacis plate. I'll get a kick out of the seats on it. If you're gonna do a Lysander, you prefer the Matchbox kit, okay? As opposed to the Airfix kit. Yeah, a Lysander is perfect for the stuff I'm doing. That's a pretty big aircraft, though, isn't it? I think it's a pretty big aircraft. That's like 30s aircraft. I can build a Lysander. It's a 1930s aircraft. I was reading a little bit about it the other day. It's a cool looking plane. Yeah, see, now I wish I'd taken a picture of it before. Let me take a photo shot of this thing. Even though the color won't be right. Oh, let's take a look at this photo. What? Holy wicker picker. That would be, those seats would be the opposite of the seats on a cruise ship. If you've ever been on a cruise ship, the chairs on a cruise ship are like meant to, like, you know, if you have some kind of a list, you know, obviously not something severe, that the chairs don't move. So they're really, really heavy. Yeah, those would be like, you know, and the chair would fall over. I bet in turbulence, they make all kinds of noises on there. Yeah, the Soviets actually have some cool looking planes. I always like the look. If you're talking about modern planes, I always like the look of a MiG-23. Oh, this is actually a good shot right here. Got some stuff being worked on in the background. Now let's see what it looks like. And I gotta put my glasses on so I can see what I'm showing you. That turned out really freaking good. It's easy as shit to do. You just gotta stay on it. There's no need to do like rust things or... I mean, you can, but... You know? Oh, we were gonna make that little tank destroyer symbol on it. Let's do that. We said we were gonna do it. Tell me I'm still on a Martyr 3 page. Well, this doesn't have it. Does this one have it? No. Where's the one that has it? It's actually a good looking little vehicle. I just don't like the Martyr 3M because it's got the thing all the way in the back. It just looks out of balance. Oh, this one has Paula written on it. Well, I guess maybe I just saw that one that had the armor marking on it, and it's not that common of a thing. All right, we'll leave it off. Cool. Boom. Call this one done. Yeah, it does look, it really does look amazing. Not to toot my own horn, but it does. Like, and it's easy to do. It just takes time. And there's lots of people that blow me the fuck away, you know. But their method takes even longer. So it's not like I can cut corners and make it look better. No. It takes, you know, it takes some effort. It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of effort. Now, one thing I left off is these two are the same vehicle, right? One of them is going to have Plastic Soldier Company comes like a little tarp here on the top. I didn't put it on there because I need to be able to take it off to be able to paint the inside of the actual tank destroyer. So one of these two, probably the one that doesn't have the camouflage, just to kind of balance out the interest level of them. This one will probably have a little tarp that's on it. It's like a little tarp that covers the, almost like, you know, oh, it's raining, let's get inside. You know, it's it's not that time of the month for the shower. Get inside. You know. But I think the big difference, and I wouldn't have known this if I hadn't seen this guy's video, is the brown wash. I wouldn't have thought to do the brown wash. I really wouldn't have. And I think that if I did two of them and one of them didn't have the brown wash, it you're missing levels of color. There's some inconsistencies there that don't get shown. Modulation. That's a new word. That didn't exist in the 90s. Not for that. Call it something else. But yeah, it looks really fucking good. It really does. But you know, whoever the sculptor or the designer of this model, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. This is a really good. I just made the details come alive. I didn't put them on there. You know, it's some other genius decided to do that. So you have both. Okay. So I really am looking forward to painting some planes more than building them. Building is like, okay, anybody can do that, because I plan on doing a similar method that I do my vehicles with the planes. So I think I can be successful with it. I think I can be successful with it. Yeah, this is a cool looking vehicle. Cool little guy. All right, I guess I should do the tiger, shouldn't I? Tiger burning bright. All right. We have not done the weathering on this, so that goes first, and then we'll do the black lining. All right, so let's get the weathering colors out here. See what we can. Let's see if we can make this Tiger 1 look worthy. Again, the sculptor, fucking brilliant. I mean, all these little tin pieces, they're like bent. It's just, it's incredible looking. It's incredible looking. Have I considered how I'm going to base them? Yeah, it's going to be based just like the Czech 38s. On the same size base as the Czech 38. Now here's the problem with the Czech 38. I didn't do the black wash on this one. But I could always come back and do that at a later date if I really wanted to. It's going to be on the same size base as this guy. I'm going to have to, sooner rather than later, go and buy their version of gnome oil and see how it performs. Just see how it goes. Here it is. Here's the shovel that's hidden. It's on this one. It's tucked in there. It's fine. I can reach that. No worries, mate. Knowing me, I'm probably going to hand paint the numerals on here. Hand painting on the Zimmerit is easier than getting a decal to conform. I'm not a fan of trying decals to behave. No, I'm not making Whitman's Tiger 1. That'd be painting an SS vehicle. Oh, the planes? planes aren't going to be based. That would be silly. That'd be a big base. Or two little bases around each landing gear. That'd be awkward. I wish I could put them with the landing gear up, but it's just not practical. They need to be in the case here. I'm supposed to watch a couple episodes of Masters of the Air this morning. We couldn't last night. We got back too late, and my daughter and her roommate wanted to see it, and I'd rather see it with other people because I can always pause it. Okay, pause it. All right, that's that one plane, and I get to do my color commentary. But the secret is take your time. Don't dry brush in just one color. Lots of layers. Contrast is key. That's it. I mean, don't have unrealistic expectations. Oh, I'm going to be done this in 30 minutes. Just take your time. Just have it take as long as it's going to take. But just be happy with the results. And I knew I was never going to, even though I have an airbrush, I'm not going to, I guess I should have put the decals first. Well, we can come in and detail that afterwards. I knew I wasn't going to weather with the airbrush. It's too inconsistent. I'm not good enough with that. An airbrush and contrast, kind of two words that don't go together. At least the way I'm going about it. I can't get a lot of contrast with the airbrush stuff. Just go over that lightly. I'm not good enough to do it. One final. And of course, we'll come back with a Nuln Oil and make these details pop on here. Dust to be churned up back here. I have a feeling these guys moved a lot of dust around when they were taking a slow boat from point A to point B. Of course, these guys are speed demons compared to king tigers, or royal tigers as you chaps across the pond call them. Royal tiger. Although usually royal tigers, anytime I've seen royal tiger listed, it's always the pre-production turret, which I honestly like better. I think the pre-production turret looks cooler. And we still got to put an MG in there. One of the advantages this vehicle had was, unlike the Tiger II, which came in at a time when much later war that you don't have a lot of guys that survive. When these Tiger 1s started popping up, the survivability of Panzer crewmen was still, you could almost argue that the Wehrmacht was still on the up and up. Almost. You could almost argue. It hadn't lost yet. But they had a lot of survivors. So they had a lot of guys, had a lot of experience, of really experienced, good crews. And just like Wooden Ships and Iron Men, the game, Wooden Ships and Iron Men, crew quality is huge in a vehicle that's in any kind of a vehicle that's somewhat enclosed, and they have to work together as a team. Having guys that just run into the situation like, oh, I've seen this before, I know what to do, is huge. And the guys that operated these things through, well, certainly in 42 and 43, were experienced folks. And they were crewmen that in their recent lifetime, they went from having, they were not dominant. They were experienced crews that were successful in a vehicle that was not dominant on the battlefield until they showed up in the Tiger II, because the Panzer IV and the Panzer III did not run circles around the Soviet tanks. They didn't. What made the Germans even successful during that time period was, that they had really experienced crews and they worked well together. Plus air support and all the other things that kind of go along with that. But there were crews that were successful in technically inferior vehicles. In some ways they were inferior, but I was thinking about something the other day. What would have happened if and somebody would probably say that Normandy wouldn't have happened. But what happens if there's air parity over Normandy? Say that the Western Allies can't use their huge aircraft superiority over Normandy. How does that go? Well, it doesn't go better. That's obvious, but I mean, how bad is it for the Western Allies? You can't use the Typhoons and destroy German armor before it even shows up on the battlefield. So what do you do? In other words, you have Battle of Normandy and it's a straight up fight with no aircraft involved. I think it's going to be, akin to a horror story. Imagine not being able to knock out any troublesome German tank. Oh, looks like, gotta wait for the Fireflies, I'm going to leave markings for last on this thing. We're going to leave markings for last. And what we're going to do is, let's paint the tools, and then we'll roll into the null oil. Well, before we do anything else, we need to put a machine gun there. We need to put a machine gun in there. And I'm perfectly fine using wire. As a matter of fact, I probably have thicker wire. I could use thicker wire than that. I've got some thicker wire that I bought by accident, and it was too thick to use for antennas. It's the .32, and I think this one will work just fine for this. See if I can keep them in this container, this package. Honestly, I could probably just clip it here. I'm going to need to use a heavy duty clipper thing though. I don't have it here. That's out in the garage. Let's. Come on, you. There we go. Let's leave this in here. All right. I will be right back. Well, the move has not been kind to finding things, so I'm going to have to go into consideration. So it looks like my recce, you're welcome. Alone, you'll need 3 dingoes, 2 Daimlers, 2 Humber Scouts. Humber Scouts are almost the same as a dingo, isn't it? 2 Humber armored cars, 2 AECs. Those AECs and Staghounds are ugly. I'm not a fan of them, but you might not be either. But you got to do what you got to do. So here's this huge, massive tin snips. Then 2 Lloyd carriers for the 6-pounder, about as many universal carriers as can be found. It's a lot of cool stuff, man. Some of those smaller vehicles that don't get enough love. Let me check the depth of this. How much depth is going to disappear? Well, none if I don't use the right size this. We need to go to a bigger bore. I've got a little pair of clippers that is older than dirt. I don't know where it is right now. I can't even find the toolbox out there. Hasn't really been a priority. And I told the wife, I said, when we move, I want to get one of those standing tool things that you can roll around, kind of like a mechanic uses. Oh yeah, we can get that. And then other priorities have come about. So the stuff is not all in one central location as I would have liked it. But all right, let's drill. Now, not very much. All right, so I'm wondering if I could get away with doing something like that. All right, well, a couple things. Let's go get a plastic bag and do it inside the plastic bag. Ooh, sounds kind of hot. Let's get it into position. About so. About so. Now, hopefully it's still in here. Put this back in that container. Not that I can't tell the thicknesses apart. This is what I was using for antenna, what I wanted to use for antennas. But it's too, oh, you're going to be like that? All right. Now, let's see what we have in here. Here it is, all the way here at the top. Okay. Let's check and see if this is, when we put this into the, now how did I get this on me? Not sure what that is. Could be oil that I got from the garage. Yep, that's how it's done. I tried that the other day and it was really successful for me. Oh, just cut it inside of a plastic bag. Probably came by talking about how Mitch needs to roll dice. Zip the bastard inside the plastic bag and then roll dice. There we go. Now, where is the radio on a Tiger 1? This should tell me, right? Oh, that was a mistake. I gotta get really close to the book then. I just gotta look at some pictures here. From the first picture, it looks like it's back here. Yep. Oh, well, look at this. Here's a Tiger 1, 509th Heavy Panzer Battalion, in late 43. It doesn't have Zimmerit on it. Cheater, should have had Zimmerit on it. Ha! It looks like it's here. Looks like it's right there. I'm gonna drill that thing out. This will put you some fear regarding the Panzer I. A similar variant instead had a superstructure of turret representing a Sherman tank was used by the Volkssturm for target practice during the lead up to the Battle of Berlin. A Sherman tank turret? Really? On a Panzer I? Wow. So here's where it needs to go. We're going to add a starter hole with this. Battle of Berlin. Battle of Berlin is just... I don't know, even if it has a Sherman gun, it's not very useful. I mean, there's some nasty Soviet stuff in Battle of Berlin. Have to be a 76 millimeter Sherman. A Panzer I running gear is ugly. It is. Now, what I forgot to look, how tall is it? I don't measure things exactly, it just has to kind of give you the... Twice the height of the turret. Twice the height of the turret's probably reasonable. Alright, now we don't have to use that monstrosity of a... We can go back to this one. That's not deep enough. We're not going to get a good enough purchase on that. I found out this last year that there were some Panzer ones that were converted to Flampanzers. They used them in North Africa. I think it was like 10 or 14 of them or something like that done. Like, North Africa's got to be the environment that's probably the least useful to use a flamethrower. Where's my crappy clippers? Something like that. And because this is the real deal. What am I doing even attempting to look over there without glasses on? I can't see diddly squat. I always forget which flame panzer had the two little turret flamethrowers, the front corners. That's the Flamingo. The Panzer II Flamingo. They made about 100 of them. They were the ones that went into Russia. They also had some Char-Bs that were flamethrower. They made about 100 Panzer IIs. They were all based on the D chassis, which, if I remember correctly, they didn't make very many of them. Some of them ended up, wait for it, with that chassis, okay, which is technically probably the ugliest martyr. But this running gear is from the Panzer IID, which went into action in Poland and then didn't, I believe they did not go to France. And they got converted, some of them for these, eventually, and some of them into the Flamingos. And it had a strange looking little hexagonal-ish type turret that there was a lone MG in. And the command, they had some command tanks in that unit, and they were based on the captured A-13s that that were abandoned in France. So, interesting little tidbit of information there. I don't like putting the super glue directly on there. Maybe with the exception of the Char-B, which technically isn't a German tank, all the German flamethrower tanks gave up their main armament for the flamethrower. I don't think that's very smart. You know, even the Sherman Zippos didn't do that. The T-34s didn't do that. T-34s gave up the I don't really want to mix up this little bit of epoxy. But I will. You got some stickum handy? Yeah. There's a big old wad of it. But when you have a German flamethrower tank, it's got to rely on other things to protect it, because it's basically It only has one mission, and that's to mess with things at really close range. Other people have to protect it. Leave that for a little while there. To cure. That's a flamingo. Ugly little duckling thing. All right, back to beige brown. See, this thing's kind of stiff right now. Left a little bit of hand sanitizer, can't fix. But when I think of flamethrowers, I think of the Germans. I don't do Pacific War, so I don't think of the Americans. They use them extensively out there. Well, when I think somebody's got flamethrowers, it's got to be the Germans. And that is section 3 almost done. Minor highlights after the wash has dried. You basing are your figures based individually? And if so, what are they based on? I think you can play chain of command and not base your figures individually. Oh, well, that was fucking stupid. Well, I tell you, I make mistakes all the fucking time. Well, here's an interesting thing. I'm going to try something. So instead of the clear stuff, I dip my my brush in super glue. I heard that alcohol was a debonder for super glue. I read that just yesterday. We'll find out. Looks like they were right. Wow. Good fucking save. Not that I don't have another bunch of brushes like this, but... Alright, well, I learned my lesson. You're going the fuck over here. Wow. Yeah, I read that the other day. That alcohol is a debonder for super glue. I'll have to try that on something. I don't really use super glue very much. Now if we just find what a debonder for epoxy is. Right, so let's get some beige brown. UK pennies. They're hard to find. You clean some super glue off of pennies using hand sanitizer. I thought you had done that before on stream. No. No, that's super fucking handy. Because, well, if I was still doing 15s, I would reuse the pennies and have to get that stuff off. I didn't know that you could just do it. That's really fucking handy. That's really, really handy. Your figures are based individually on 20mm circular base. I have movement bases for teams and sections. Sections is what you guys call squads. Is that right? Or is a section half of a squad? All right, you know what I hate? I'm going to come out and say it. Bren gun. No, I don't dislike a Bren gun. I think a Bren gun's badass. I don't like it when the tip of the Bren gun is the silver color. That's stupid. I don't know what the reasoning is behind it. Maybe you Bren gun experts, but I don't dislike the Bren gun. But if the tip of it is silver and the rest of it is gunmetal, looks dumb as hell. I won't be doing any Bren guns like that. No, I think Bren guns are cool. All right. Did we use the same beige brown? Or did we use the wrong? God, I'm fucking up left and right. I get so much tunnel vision when I have my glasses off. So much tunnel vision. I could have used that color and be fine anyways. I just want to be consistent. I like my handles being a little bit more meaty looking. And where is the magic drippings? And this is a base I'll reuse. I can reuse this as a base, but I just haven't. No point in firing up the wet palette for just a tiny little amount of paint like this. Oh, you're ready to retire? Man, I just got to keep myself from poking myself in the eye with this piece of wire. This is also made of wood. Wood, a duck, very small rocks. Okay, then we go to the baking soda super glue accelerator, although you can buy actual accelerator in a wee bottle. I put blobs of blue tack on the end of spears and wire to avoid incidents. I think it's worth it. I need to keep my eyesight. Thank you. Each section can be split in two. Okay, so it's a squad. The Bren team base of fire and the rifle team now flank and exploit. Okay, so same thing as the Germans. Yeah, I like me Bren guns. Good looking weapon. Baking soda. How would they use baking soda in a tiny little amount so I wouldn't get it everywhere? So the wife doesn't get on to me. Make it sound like I got a bossy wife. I don't. Just, I don't want to create problems for her. I don't want to make a mess everywhere. All right, clean it up. A wee bottle. That sounds like something you would take on a road trip when you can't make it to the bathroom. Oh, can I have some of your drink? No, you can't. Why? Oh, it's a wee bottle. It's for taking wheeze in there. Wee. All right, and we got some black here. Yep. Yeah, my eyesight I definitely take seriously. I'm fucked without that. That's a good idea. I feel a lot more. Now I might actually put the number of this on the gun sleeve here. I haven't decided that yet. Problem is that really limits the size to kind of small, and it's not usually something I associate with the Germans having small numbers. Don't want to be massive either, but how about somewhere in the middle? Okay, it's time for the known oil land. One of those cocaine, very small decorative spoons. I got I got models to build. I can't afford that nose candy. I've never even seen that shit. I used to say everything I know about drugs I learned from watching Narcos Mexico. Pretty much. Not a part of my life. I mean, unless we're talking about caffeine, in which case I'm an expert. I'm an abuser. I'm a caffeine abuser. For sure, for sure. My stomach's making weird sounds like it's ready for second breakfast. you think this tank looks small, because 176, I just take a picture of it with the Primo 187th scale. That's massive. Huge bolts. Yeah, Phillips screwdriver is freaking this big around. Use the back of the vehicle as an area where I can get rid of some of this extra. Glaze, wash. I've had this thing since probably 1990, 96, 97, something like that. Just got around to painting it now. Well, I'm glad I didn't paint it earlier, because I wouldn't have done a good job on it. pretty sure I'm going to hand paint the numbers on this thing. Oh yeah, it looks good from like 2 feet away, 3 feet away. You know, those little things pop up. They need to, otherwise it just doesn't look like the look I want it to look like. I'm gonna go make some coffee. Be right back. Well, the cool thing is, even though I didn't start doing this black wash on all my vehicles, I'm using it kind of as a last step. So there's nothing really keeping me from just going back to any other vehicles and doing that to them. I just think that it adds a little bit of depth at a distance, and you're able to make out some of these details on these cool vehicles when they're not right next to you. And that's really the purpose of it, as far as I'm concerned. I like doing it last, so I don't put it on there, and then you end up dry brushing it, and it ends up taking away from the effect that it has. You know, one game that I've actually played quite a bit that I really like the way it looks, and it looks almost childish, but I think they did a really good job with it, is Battle Academy. I think Battle Academy looks really good. Infantry, not so much, but the tanks look great. They look like little cute little micro armor things. The Maroon Cardinals here. Welcome. Painting our Tigger. That we kind of treated like the tomb of the first emperor of China. They don't open it because they don't have the tools, supposedly, to keep everything restored. I didn't paint this for a long time because I didn't think I could do a good job. I think I can do that now. I think I can do this thing justice. This is easily the most beautiful model that I have of anything. It's a Cromwell 176 scale. I think I can do it justice. I don't remember exactly how I got this. Whether it was in a store or Brookhurst Hobbies or something. Here's the Navigatsturmwaffe or whatever. close, close defense mortar. thing's called. We talked about that last year, I think. I could look it up, but now is not the time or place for that. When folks are too close for you to do any kind of point defense from your vehicle, you launch that thing and, it's like a big grenade going off. And I bet it would do a number on the outside of the vehicle, too. A big nade. I don't know that I'm going to fix the barrel, to be honest with you. It's fine. It broke. There's actually a steel rod through there. Thank goodness, or would have completely snapped in two. Let's look at this side. This side's good. That side's good. Yeah, track's fine on the front. That'd be all dusty as shit anyways. That's good. That's good. Let's close this up. Let's add what I like to call scratches. Let me give you this is how it looks so far, a picture. Yeah, I'm glad I went heavier on the camouflage, or wouldn't it be noticeable? This chocolate brown definitely has a little bit of purple in it. A little bit. A wee bit? A wee bit of purple. Do you have some Nazi bastard we can throw up there? Just for comparison. I always like to reuse this guy. This, my go-to Nazi bastard. Where is he? I'm lazy and I haven't painted a lot of figures. Look, I spent the last 18 years painting nothing but figures. Nothing but figures. Well, we need to get some of this metallic color. What color is it that we use? Lead Belcher. Make sure we don't have any on us. Not a whole lot on here. The ubiquitous Jack. And of course, this anything Dunkelgelb looks totally different in this light, without this light on, outside. Take a picture of it, looks different than in real life, and with your vision. Yet to paint many figures. I've done a few so far, but I'm focusing on infantry a lot now. I bet I will be busy. I actually like the infantry the most. The game's all about infantry. These tanks just, they're fun to do, but, you know. Oh. Now, the wonderful thing about Tigers. It says the numbers down here on the front of the turret. I don't know about painting it on the barrel is certainly a cop out and makes it easier to not have to deal with that for sure. use a decal, it's gotta be really, really small. Really, really small. And the place that needs one more than anything else is on the rear. Needs one on the rear of the turret more than anything else. Well, let's see what I got that would work for that. And let's see. I like this late war one. Well, you know what? This is actually part of the military book club. And they used to send a whole bunch of posters with their stuff. And I guarantee I still have the posters. And there's other examples of them in here. And you know, full color frickin' posters. So here's the one on the Tiger 1. Just has more examples of the same one. That one's at Kursk, that's February 44. With the black numbers. Let me see if I can find some small numbers I can put on the back of the turret. I'm not necessarily even opposed to doing black ones. These have the German cross wear. Doesn't even show it on it. Well, that's a no-no. We're definitely going to put one on. Probably somewhere in the midsection here, of the side of the hull. Even if we got to hand paint it, which I'm not opposed to doing. Let's see what we got available. Let's see what we have available in small black numbers. Or something like that. If not, we'll just hand paint them. I'm not opposed to that. How much space we got on the side of the hull here? Let's take this. Let's take that off. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. All right, let's go ahead and prepare the area. Prepare the area! Because this needs to dry a little bit. All right, so in case we do find decals that I'm happy with, this whole area back there, this area up here, this area up here, and then on the hull, I haven't decided where, so we will just put this from here to there. And in this area as well. This is microsol hell, so I'm likely to paint these by hand. Now I'm gonna go tinkle, and I'll be right back. Let's see if we can make this work. I've got some black decals here that are pretty big. And I'm wondering, would they work on the back of the turret? Just black numbers. I, I don't think, I don't think the, I don't think the decal's gonna work well on the side. I don't think it's gonna work well on the side, but I'm willing to give it a shot. But here's my catch: I don't want to waste a decal on it. So I'm probably going to use one of these Polish decals that's in white and paint the center. See if I can get it to lay right, and then if it does, I'll paint the center of it. So I think that's what we're going to start off with. Okay, we'll take two of these Polish decals I don't really have a use for, and we'll paint the center black if they seem to lay flat enough on the Zimmerit. And if they don't, I just wasted 2 decals I don't really care for. That's called a compromise. All right? Now, I don't have any small black numbers, and I also don't want to spend a ton of time or effort ordering things for them to come in. That's how the post office wins. Ordering a bunch of shit, and then you don't end up using it. I don't want to use these smaller numbers that are blacks. I'm saving those for the Panzer 3s and 4s. I like the style of them. Let me see what style that 300 is in. Obviously, we're not going to use 300. That's a command vehicle. I don't want the responsibility of having to have a commander of a certain magnitude on there. But like this 311, that's a relatively easy one to paint. I don't mind that color. This chair is just bitching. And this is a non-standard German looking numbers. Look at this 122 on there. Almost looks like Soviet numbers. Zimmerit and decals, hard mix, exactly. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull it off, but like I said, I will sacrifice a set of decals that I don't have a love affair with. And I'm not opposed to painting numbers. As a matter of fact, I kind of enjoy it. Enjoy painting things like that. Alright, so the tiger's going to be like this. Let's put the decal in between these two protrusions here. Kind of centered in between those two. I don't know if it's going to work or not. I don't know if I'm going to be happy with the results. Let's put it that way. It'll work, just if I'm going to be happy with the results. Wow. They haven't budged yet? Usually it's 30 seconds and they're released. Yeah, the Zimmerit on here is also not very deep, so if it's going to work on some Zimmerit, it's going to be this one. There we go. kind of hard to judge at this point. And then we'll come and we'll drop some microsol on it and have it hopefully stick to the surface. Painting the black on this is a piece of cake. That is a non-problem. And I know these decals are thin. That's why I specifically wanted to go with these Skytrex ones. These are good decals. Not just dealing with a crap decal on top of everything else. All right, I'll push in on it. I can see the pattern of the Zimmerit on it. That's a good sign. It just needs to look better than I would paint it by hand. Now, I'm going to drop some microsol on it. Let's close this up so we don't have an issue. I'm not a big fan of this stuff. I don't know that it works as well as advertised. But I think this will work just fine. Like I said, I'm just taking a small risk by using decals I don't really have a use for anyways, with them being solid white. But that's how the early ones went, I understand, is when they went to France, they painted the centers of them. So, okay. Now let's take a look at that 311. I'm actually fine using 311 as a number. And I'm fine doing it in that style. But I'm not going to make it specifically for the heavy Panzer battalions. As much as I like putting a little elephant on it, I'm an elephant fan, so. It's 502, I think. 502, I think, use the elephant. Okay, so we're going to go 311. All right, so let's get some black on here. And we'll start with the turret thing in the back. And we'll start with the it's going to be bigger in the back than on the sides by design. looks pretty good. And this brush is already going sideways. Let's see if we got them. We've used it a lot. It's not like it just happened in one night. That one's good. I'm pretty happy with that. I am pretty happy with that. Now we need the 311 to fit in between these two things. That turned out pretty well. And we're like even with this little spot over here. So we'll do the same thing over here. Now, I don't know how long this is supposed to sit there. But I'll tell you what, I'm an impatient mother. So I'm going to go ahead and try to paint over it. The center. I'll know immediately whether or not it was the right move. Looks okay. That looks pretty darn good. That looks pretty darn good. I might touch that up with some white, but I'm pretty happy with that. It looks really good 2 feet away. Like, but those numbers definitely are subtle. But that's how they are in a lot of the vehicles. Let's put this Nazi bastard in there. He's just about to be raped by a firefly. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy with that. So, got these 2 vehicles basically complete today. Even though there's a little bit of gloss showing there because I was going to put a decal there. I ended up not putting one. So, yeah, I'm pretty comfortable painting the decal, the numbers, as long as I don't have to put like a line, like a color inside the other one. That's just a lot of work then to get it looking even. But anyhow, thanks for stopping by, folks, and we'll see you guys on the next one.